really been going ham on this, huh? We're on part 37 of the Final Fantasy XIV series. Haha, welcome back to the channel. Hi, in case you're new here, hi, I'm Mr. Gowan. You can also call me Mr. G or Mr. or Teacher or Sir or Lord for short, and I start off all my classes by offering students the opportunity to ask me up to 3 questions, provided they're school appropriate. So if you have any questions, please leave them in the comments down below so that I can actually take a chance to answer them, because so far, no one has taken me up on the offer, and it's very sad, but that's okay. It's probably because no one really knows that I exist, and that's okay. I'm just going to continue playing. I'm doing more story. That's about it. Feel free to stick around or not. Far be it from me to tell you how to live your best life, but I'm going to play some story. Because I want to get further. I would like to get to Stormblood someday, you know? Like, we're already on part 37. We haven't even hit the second expansion pack yet. Like, taking forever. Just fine. It's pretty great. I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time. It's just interesting to see part 37 on screen and be like, oh, wow, okay, cool.
Who goes there?
It's me. Oh, it is me. Okay, never mind. I was, like, joking, but...
Forgive me for straying from the camp.
You're excused, I guess.
He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences, yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me.
Oh, my sweet dear child, it is not about you versus them. He did it to save all of you.
But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve, and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save.
I don't know who her voice actress is, but whoever her new voice actress is, killing it. Absolutely slaughtering this role. So good.
What it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not?
I don't know, do we?
Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you.
That's nice. I hope you don't think there's anything going on here. Like, I'm so sorry, but I'm,
pray, forgive me.
I'm with,
This
what's his
conversation
name
has
again?
been rather one-sided, hasn't it?
Forget his name.
Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Yeah, we can talk about my boyfriend. What's his name? Crap. Ah. It'll come to me. I'm really bad with names. Oh, Sir Emmerich. That's right. Under some rather unique circumstances, I had the pleasure to fight alongside Sir Emmerich. Ooh.
He is quite a man, the Lord Commander. I
He
shall
sure
have to
is.
thank him for his kindness. Truth be told, I was rather taken aback by it all. Given Ishgard's famous love of foreigners, I was half expecting the Kyrugians to berate me for bleeding. But I never heard an unkind word. Everyone there seemed relatively open and friendly, in fact. Thanks in no small part to your tireless efforts, I suspect.
Honestly, I didn't really do anything. I just kind of was existing.
The hopes
At the
and
same
dreams
time
of
as you.
so many rest on your shoulders, warrior of light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on. For the sake of those we hold dear.
Mm. The Warrior of Darkness. Ooh, he has a crystal. Where did you get that from? Is it Titans? No.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this.
Tell me more about its purpose.
Well, what is it?
Honestly, don't worry about it.
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Okay, my friend.
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Oof. Get wrecked.
See? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Old friends? What? Tell me more.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation.
Is the masked man Urianger? There's no way.
Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too-delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
Interesting.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
No, honestly, I'm a little lost.
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Sorry, let me read that. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Okay.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
Are you planning to draw me out?
It shall be done.
Excellent. Wreck me, daddy. Oh, he has like flowers in his back pocket. That's cool.
What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands?
Are you referring to yourself or the other dude?
Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness.
Do we know
Deeply
you?
though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Okay. Is this Urianger? Is this like a friend of Urianger? Does he have like a twin or something? I'm lost. I'm a little confused. I swear he must have a twin. He must have a twin or like a friend that looks similar to him or is of the same race anyway. I'm confused. You know what? It's fine. We're just going to continue. Maybe it'll all come together. I don't know. Hello. There we go. Jeez. Yeah, I actually have money, sort of. $63,000? I'll take it. Is it the $800,000 I once had? No, but it'll work. It'll get me places at least. For the freedom of all, it had begun with an oath and ended with a betrayal as the conspirators turned on their comrades for coining country. The good and true were beaten and imprisoned or else butchered where they stood, but even in their darkest moments they never stopped believing that the dawn's light would shine again. Interesting. Search for Alize. Where might I do that? Really? I had to come here to talk to her for a second, and now I have to go back? Ugh. This could have been an email.
Ah, let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I have already packed my things.
How is he?
Brother, Commander Bloyden. Something tells me you are not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness. He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given the chance, until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him.
Aye, aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, nor will Maelstrom Command.
I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to... And I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them, and never, ever forget.
Oh, that's so sweet. Come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Alice. Thank you. He is sprechen.
Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes.
Alright, bet.
A thousand times over, there will be a reckoning.
Alright. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Okay. Ah, the Waking Sands, of course. Of course. Who knew we'd still be coming back here, honestly? Like, after we moved to Revenant's Toll, I was like, oh, the Waking Sands will be useless. There's no point in keeping these stupid tickets. I didn't throw them out or anything, but, like, I did put them away. And now I regret it. I could be using them instead of flying and wasting time. We have heard the glad tidings from Ogomaru, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa rest easy.
I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Garen oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain.
Aye, all is as my lady Minfilia spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none.
Then if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die.
In essence, the verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way unto a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such, at least, is their belief, I surmise.
If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. 'Twould seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. Unless thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Rolga. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Eline Wiles. How do you pronounce that again? Is it Wyo? I think it's Wyo. Eline Wyo's network of spies. Surely you jest. And yet, it's not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me. We must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Zayden, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? No, we're just here for fun. Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves, firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Ooh. Alfino, Alize, Zayden, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you're sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too. What few remained, regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. 'Twas bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Emmerich's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Ha! And there I thought I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and his little helpers. Ah, wait a minute, a moment, there's more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Eline Wyo, the infamous Ivy herself. Yeah, we were right, thank you. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Y'shtola next, but is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. Not Urianger. Off to Little Alamigo. I wonder what Alamigo looked like before it was destroyed. Because my understanding is that it was like a little village, but like there's clearly not much left of it.
Yeah, I gave this man an old man voice because he had silver hair. And I was like, yeah, he looks old. Sure. Really? Get to do the Sunken Temple of Karn again. Please tell me that is not the case. Hello?
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled.
Okay. And?
Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same.
Is that right?
We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandon them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery.
Well, this is propaganda.
The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us, and they have murdered us, but no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands.
Yeah, this is hardcore propaganda.
This I promise you. For we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it. And together, we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Albania once more.
That's nice. I can't take you seriously. I can't take people who are spreading propaganda seriously. Like as soon as they start using platitudes and stuff, I'm like,
not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
they're like, oh my god.
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Literally. Like, why did you not come
Well,
looking
this is
for
quite
us?
the surprise.
Sure is.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel,
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
for it is not strength of
Sure. Why not? I guess that's possible. You know, in surroundings that are not surrounded by things. Send help, I can't find a Cherim in Arceus or whatever its stupid cherry name is. Cherim. Oh, in like Legends of Arceus? Legends Arceus? I actually haven't played that game. I have it. I have not touched it. I have heard amazing things. I have seen amazing things. I have not played it. So I, unfortunately, cannot help you. Yeah, Cherim's pretty ugly. I agree.
Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well.
And like, yo, though it was like pretty obvious you and Zayden would be fine.
The Crystal Braves have never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time?
Oh, you think the game is ugly? Oh, that's funny. I guess it's ugly, maybe. But it's also fun. Interesting. Also, I don't understand why the Just Do It sound has not activated. I see you have redeemed it, but it is not activating. Oh no. Did something get screwed up with my sound alerts?
Oh no.
Alright, I'm gonna have to like edit my sound alerts again, I guess. That's annoying. Oh well. Hopefully Scarlet looks better. I mean, it already looks better. Like, even in like the pre-release stuff, it already looks better. So I would hope that it looks better.
Repaying a favor? After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance.
That's right. They like smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in like Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't like let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for like a while. Also, apparently Oof works, but Just Do It doesn't. So that's interesting. You're gonna have to toy with that in a bit. Sorry, I'm reading. So I mean, the trainers look better for sure. The environment looks the same as Arceus. Very mid-2000s MMO graphics. I mean, yeah, fair. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves and that General Raubon had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to ensure a letter to a courier. Or to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather your puzzled expressions, however, that you have received it. Or have not received it, I'm assuming. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word without the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs.
The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Of course he does. Are you kidding?
Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. Ah, I should say that the man you saw was not, in fact, the Griffin, but an impersonator. A talented rabble-rouser to boot. 'Twould not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. Like, the secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. What? It's not as if I'm, like, making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's, like, completely different. Also, let me see. You're gonna have to scoop up Quaxley. It needs love. You're gonna be, like, the only one picking Quaxley. Hilarious. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we, like, thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the... to get a better sense of, like, the man. God. For all the good it did. And now you've heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You're not, like, serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would not even would even ascertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin... Well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence that he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess, I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll, like, figure it out together. And if anyone tries to stop us, they'll, like, answer to me. Indeed. That is, assuming you'll have us. Obviously. Poor Quaxley. Poor Quaxley. I bet it's, like, final form's gonna be the nicest of the three, too. You just wait. Like, I can't wait to see it. It'll be so funny. I'll be like, yep. There it is. Okay. I guess we're going in. Cool. Would have been nice if they told us that before. Talbo. Oh, I have to wear ew. Okay. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh dear. Wait, where are these stupid slops? Whether it's shepherd slops. He's basically literally in bare feet. The heck?
My thanks, comrades.
My thanks, comrades. My thanks. Thanks. Trying to like get the voice right, just in case I have to like imitate it.
You
My
must be
thanks.
the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
An interest in our cause. I don't know how to do that. I'll figure it out.
A great interest, you might say.
Whoa.
Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
Ho 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 ho. Get wrecked.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals.
Okay. Are you gonna go anywhere with
You
that?
are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal.
Summon a primal.
We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
Interesting.
Got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad?
So they're gonna summon Ifrit again.
When
Shocker.
people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
I'm trying to like place this type of voice.
What
Who else
proof
has
do you have
type
of this
voice?
arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god.
Well.
Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
Not to hide. He sounds like, I think he sounds like Scrimger from Harry Potter Deathly Hallows Part 2? Part 1. Part 1.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Excellent.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
I don't know what you're talking about. Who's that?
Aye. I thought so.
I thought so.
You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago.
That was like a month ago.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. we shall not squander your gift.
Okay. Interesting. I don't know how to feel about that, but alright.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
Sure can. But we also shouldn't.
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
I will gladly take those silver pieces. Thank you so much for offering. So I assume that we're gonna have to go fight Ifrit again. I really want to like make that the old one, but oh well. Oh well. It's too late now. I went the wrong way. Fantastic. That's what we like to see, obviously. Alice, oh my god, I was not looking at you, Alfie. Go away. No one cares about you. I'm just kidding. Everyone loves Alfie.
Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalima were here all along? Well, Yashola will be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Emolja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon a Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zarak without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once.
Sure, why not? Can I help you? Oh, it's this dude.
And so they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on a stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, Gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again.
Intriguing. I assume I just have to do the Bowl of Embers again. What's this? Oh, okay, sure.
This isn't right. The Emolja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
Oof. Oof. Oh, do we have to fight them?
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
God, he's so pretty. I hate that I'm attracted to him because he's a dick, but, like, he's very pretty.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
Probably not.
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. Killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos.
I mean, I'm sure another one would just rise.
One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Okay, you're getting very passionate over here. All right, my guy.
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
He's like, I'll wreck you. Ooh.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
Ooh, black carbuncle. Well, that's
I sense
cool.
you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
That's rude.
Alize!
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was.
Says the girl bleeding from her mouth.
My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
Ooh, tell me more. What are these talents? What's this then? Alright, she's a red mage, isn't she? But
As
maybe not.
Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at his and defend this realm with all my might.
Wait, who's the Blade of Light? Is it me? Am I the Blade of Light? Look at my butterflies.
Let's
My
finish
bubbles.
this.
Bring it, homie. Get wrecked. I really don't think this is going to go very well for you, sir. I would like for you to stick around because I fancy you, but I just don't think it's going to go well for you, you know?
You shall fall soon enough.
Yeah, we're gonna leave Homeboy for the end, I think. Oh, maybe this plan is not going to work. Okay, they're just healing. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, wreck me, daddy. Mr. Kevin, hello. Aw, thank you for banning Pedrex. For me, so that I don't have to.
Now. What?
He's like, no!
The chains!
What about them?
You snake! You would betray us as well?
Yeah, who else wouldn't? Who else would
He
he betray?
that
Come on.
holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
Ooh, spill the tea.
By the 12! Oriange!
It is Oriange! I knew it.
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
Yeah, you're gonna have to explain a little bit further. I'm a little confused.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
I would hope so.
Thou mayest, my lady.
Good.
By thy leave.
Honestly, sir, holding a book like that is not that threatening.
Even odds then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop.
Honestly, bring it, Daddy. Let's go.
Understood.
Oh.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel
Hearken
your
to
ether
you?
into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I
Okay.
cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them.
I could probably defeat them alone. But sure, we can do that.
Make ready! They come!
Bet. How do I channel ether? How do I do that?
I must have more ether.
Yeah, how do I do that? How do I channel ether? Is that a thing that I'm able to do? Is this like... Get absolutely wrecked, sir. Absolutely wrecked. But like for real, I'm not really sure where the ether's coming from or how to channel it. It doesn't really like specify. Do I have enough ether? How do I do that? I don't know how to do it. Whatever. I'm just gonna keep attacking and hope for the best. Let's see what happens, shall we? Okay, I still don't get it. How does this work? But like, how do I give you my ether? I want to. How do I do it? Oh, is that how? Okay.
The ether. It's not enough.
You think? I shouldn't channel so much at once? Okay, so... I'm really confused. Oh, you bugger. Alright.
I can feel it. Just a little more.
Yes, yes, very sad.
Tis done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
Wrecked!
No. Not like this.
I don't know if you have much of a choice, sir. She's
Alize,
literally gonna
are
be
you
fine.
hurt?
Literally calm down. She's fine.
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished.
Are we? So you plan to stick around a little
Have
longer?
you never
Alright.
considered how we came to this world?
No, I haven't. And by no, I haven't, I mean, I kind of did wonder. Are you going to tell us? Look at that smirk. Ooh.
Crystals? You mean, like the Asians?
Probably.
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
I mean, we've defeated Ascians before, so I don't know what that say.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
Die?
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives.
Okay.
We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light.
Well, now you're
Word of
warriors
our
of
deeds
darkness,
spread.
so...
And soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders and bid us fight for all that was good and right.
Oh, that sounds like a familiar story.
We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won. And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We cannot, we will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
Interesting.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
Shocking.
No matter how many times we fall, we must arise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
Well, isn't that cute? So, like, what now? Excuse me.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle.
Can he speak English? Oh my god.
Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Okay. I mean, I can try, I guess. Shouldn't I have 6 crystals? Well, I guess there's 5. Like, they have 5. And this is the 6th? Question mark? He's like, oh my god, it's working! What is happening? Interesting. Yeah, that is 6 crystals. So that is the 6? Do I not already have 6? What is happening? Oh, we get to talk to Heidelin? Oh, we're all here. We all get to talk to Heidelin. They're going to be like, what?
What is this place?
What do you think this place is, Alfie? Figure it out. God damn.
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Oh, it sure can. And it is.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour, we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Okay.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed.
Okay.
Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Hi.
Minfilia.
They're like, oh, Satan wasn't lying after all.
Blessed children of the first, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer.
She's literally answering, like she's, okay, you know what, man? Get wrecked.
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary.
Okay.
Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
Okay.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength longsword. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark.
Okay.
Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
Wait, so he just like decided that they were gonna die? He was like, I'll kill them, it's fine.
You
we need it to work
orchestrated
out.
all of this, not to save her, but to send her away.
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Okay.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
I really don't like her new voice actress, like, at all.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Normally I'm like really good at synthesizing information, but I am lost.
Sometimes
I'm
I
really
forget
confused.
you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
So Minfilia is going to the first? Question mark? To absorb the light? Question mark? Is that what's happening?
Long have I watched you from Heidelin side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor.
Okay.
Take us with you. Take us home.
Oh, well that's cute at least. Do they get to be revived at least? I feel like it's not very fair that they had to like give up their lives in order to save their home, and now they are just going back and become like one with the life stream or something.
We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them.
Interesting
We
point.
made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
I'm kind of sad that he's leaving. He was real pretty.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
Okay then.
Lamine. So not Lamin, Lamine. Okay, cool. Good to know. Aw, well that's sad. I feel bad for her a little bit. She lost a daughter. I mean, I'm sure she'll be back. It's a JRPG. She'll come back, but like, whatever. You know? Like, for the time being, it's still sad. Well, that was something. Not a wind-up Moonbreda. I feel like we should have got that ages ago, but alright, sure. That was very interesting. So the Warriors of Darkness are gone now, apparently. Good to know, good to know. Alright. Well met, Zayden. Alfino said you should be joining us. 'Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the masked camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharik? Actually, I don't believe it. Like, the crystals, Minfilia, all of that, it's just like, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alfino, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoined the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might, in turn, offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been like absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear like about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Can I help you? Ida? Railga, be praised, it is you. Oh, that's what I'm doing. Sorry, I was doing it wrong.
Ida, alive, and standing here before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come on now. Has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundabald. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst. But here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older.
Well, like, what can I say? I'm sorry for, like, running off like that and making you all, like, worry. It's, like, a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, like the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still a circle of knowing back then, right? Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was like all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can like see, I'm like completely fine. I know we've got like a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are like expecting me.
Pray forgive her. It has been a very long day for all of us. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. In the ale. Hells take me for giving you that mask.
I'm confused, but okay.
Mordon of the Revenant's Tool. Yay!
Back in the solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has
R.I.P.
changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
He has like a really nasally voice.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts.
Okay.
And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit.
I agree.
Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
Obviously, there's going to be no objections. Except for from me. Because why are you here? No, I'm just kidding. I actually like Kryle. Kryle's kind of cool.
You will always be welcome here, Kryle.
I'm not such a fan of Urianger right now,
Urianger.
but, you know.
And we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before.
Nay.
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Yeah, agreed.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes.
Yeah, geez, Urianger. God.
She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
I think he should be fired. You know, like Ned Fulmer from the Try Guys. Just like fully removed. Just exiled.
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Okay, whatever. I guess he can stay.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
Maybe.
And what will you do, Alize?
Northen.
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable. And we've always got him to keep us from bickering.
True. You're not wrong.
But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that
Good for
point
you.
we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Can you stop saying comrade? I know phonetically it makes sense, but it's comrade.
Well then, Alfie, I for my part shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
Uh-huh.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
Death and dismemberment. I mean, obviously I'm going to stay in the group. I'm not going to be given a choice, obviously. I am given a choice. Wait. A new adventure, what else? Okay. The road goes ever on, same thing. To strive for those we have lost, for those we can yet save, same thing. Okay, so they're all just the same thing, just reworded. Okay. Or I can say nothing. I wonder what happens if I say nothing. Let's see that. It's just like, eh.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
So I take it that's the end of 3.4, which puts me at 3.5 now, question mark? Yes, I think. I think I'm at 3.5, question mark. Honestly, I better be, because, like, it's time, you know? I would love to be at Stormblood, but I know I still have 3.5 and 3.55 to do. At least I assume so.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain.
Who is talking?
Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me.
Why?
Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Why? I mean, I guess I'm not going to use it, so, like, sure, but, like, why?
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
Yes, yes, very sad. Can you at least, like, repair it or something?
There is cause to hope.
What does she look like under that mask? Do we ever get to find out?
For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Wait, is this Papa Limo talking? I have 9 quests to Stormblood. We're gonna power through. Let's do this. Well, maybe. Oh, Jesus. Okay. More masks. More people wearing the same thing. Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties to rejoin the others. The coming battles shall be the greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted, then. Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns, whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. What in the... Oh, I knew they were going to come back. I frickin' knew it. I knew it. I was like, these fools are not destroying them. They're going to come back. God damn. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds, you have proven yourself the most deserving. Good God. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. Nice. I knew these were going to come back. God damn it. Why must I always be right? I'm just kidding. I'm not always right. But however, it is pretty predictable. I was like, they didn't get destroyed, so they must come back. That's how it works, right? If you didn't actively see them get destroyed, then they're definitely coming back. In fact, sometimes, even if you did see them get destroyed, they are definitely coming back. So it was here all along. Oh, it's Nero. Hey, what's up, homie? How goes it? Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Alrighty. 9 more quests, eh? I can do it. Ooh, soul surrender. Complete the main scenario quest and ending to mark a new beginning. Cute. Yay. Alright, Tataru. Give me the next quest. 1 of 5 for this. Alrighty. We're gonna keep track of this. The Diamond Forge. Where's that? Oh, it's just literally up here. Okay. So this is quest 1 of 5. Ooh, isn't that pretty? I have a dragon though, so eat it. Get wrecked. I mean, is it a dragon that everyone has? Yes. Do I care? No. It's still a dragon. Which in this game also means it may or may not be a person. So there's that. Wait, no, I guess it's not, because it... Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Yes, Tataru, can I help you?
I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments.
Can I help you?
Right, everyone. Ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes.
Oh, wow. What are you doing to me? Are we like having people pay us to beat up the Warrior of Light? Is that what's happening?
There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe.
Uh-huh.
Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Zayden. All in good time.
Aha! Found you. Alfino wants everyone in the Solar for, like, a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was, like, very important.
Go on. We have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
Oh, dear.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
Only everything.
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Good, get rid of that man.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you. Thank you, Alize. Get right to the point.
Yes! It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention.
Okay.
And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Interesting.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
True story.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Okay, so who...
Should none of our numbers step forward? Must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Oh, you noticed.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Okay.
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Fair play.
God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her.
Who's Nago?
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
These wounds that we can't see on screen. These wounds are fake!
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all. Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
No kidding.
You're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
But she
I'm
wasn't.
sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is.
Mikote.
My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
That's a very good question.
From
Should we
what
go
I
find
understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
Alright, one second. I'm getting a phone call. Alright, cool. Apparently, I am teaching at Oak Ridge tomorrow. Some dramatic arts. I mean, let's be honest, I'm not really going to be teaching them dramatic arts. It'll just be work periods or something, but, you know, it'll be fun.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours.
Okay.
Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich, and encourage him to send an envoy.
Oh, you're asking me to go see my boyfriend? Okay.
To Taru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end.
Seriously, whose voice is that?
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Like, it kind of sounds like Papalimo, and like it, because it keeps like dragging over Papalimo's face, it makes me think it's supposed to be, but like, when Papalimo actually talks, it doesn't seem like that. So I'm a little confused. Alrighty, we're down one of them. 4 more to go. We can do this. Let's go see our boyfriend, Sir Emmerich. We come bearing news. Yes, I would like to see my boyfriend, please.
Boyfriend, it is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business, I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will, of course, send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements?
Well, it sounds like I don't have much of a choice, so I guess. Take your time.
I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Hundalu that he is to lead in your absence.
Yes, Lord Commander.
Zayden, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way.
Oh, thanks, boyfriend. He's so precious. I love him. Number 2. Let's do this. So, quest numero 2. Wait at the gates of judgment. Wait, what's over here? I don't know if I care. Pretty sure the gates of judgment are down here. I think. Yeah, maybe. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure. To Das destination. Better be good. Spill that tea. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I conceived, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Alright. Yay, we get to go on an adventure with our boyfriend. I am so at peace with this. Absolute 10 out of 10. Let's do this. He's so dashing. Zayden, old boy. How wonderful to see you, and Sir Emmerich too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse me. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoir. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. These villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. I'm giving him too deep of a voice. And I know that, but I don't know what other voice I should give him. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. A little, but like, whatever. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Oh my god, there's a whole portrait. Incredible. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honoir's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gritonia with you. Aww. Aww. Yeah, he'll still come back. I don't believe in his death, so therefore it can't be real, you know? I know that's not really how it works, but also it's JRPG, prove me wrong. It's not like we've seen the end of Final Fantasy XIV, there's still a chance. Yay, that's 2 down. 3 more to go. Let's do this. Excuse me. Okay, before I go and speak to this silent person, homie, I'm gonna go to Leatherworkers Guild and I'm gonna go talk to my dudes.
See if they sold anything, which I highly doubt. Nay, they did not. Well, one of them might have, but... Finally grew level. Finally. Jesus. Wait, what level is he now? 56. 4 more levels, and then I can make him a gunbreaker. I'll take 2,000 gil. It's not very much, but I'll take it. Rotate. Actually, hold on. I believe one of these homies has... Not that. I'm looking for a dispeller. So it's not this one. It's the other dude. Hello, Cha Latte. I think, anyway? Am I mistaken? There it is. I would like a dispeller, please. Thank you so much. So I would like to change this back. Yay. I mean, it's not like the greatest look ever, but like, I don't know. I was kind of tired of the coat, you know? It was just fine. It was like cute to go on a date with Sir Emmerich wearing it. Like that was cute, but you know. Time to take it off since he took his off, you know.
The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you Ah, and the Leminson party as well.
I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich.
Admiral, always pleasure.
And Zayden, I trust you are well? 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort.
Master Zayden, I was glad to hear from Riel that the missing scions have now been found.
There's much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we? I feel like that was kind of unnecessary. Rules up. Seed Seer.
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alfino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This Griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
That was a little fast.
The Doman people, too, would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
Can we just talk about,
It is
like,
time we set our contingency
that
plans
left...
in motion.
Anyway, I'll, like, give it a
Is the
second.
Alliance agreed?
Sure.
Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
Okay, the one Lancer, like, the one that's, like, near the Seed Seer, literally looks just like the Warrior of Darkness.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defenses seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one.
But...
Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
It's a good question. And I don't disagree, Alfie. I don't disagree. I guess we'll find out, won't we? Okay, so we're still not done with the third one. Alright, cool. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I fear I've missed you. Oh, I had missed you. Okay. I fear I have missed you. Sir Amric. Master Alfino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alize, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption, I had hoped to thank Zayden for serving as our escort before other duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Oh, she's just chilling behind a tree, I see. Cool. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies necessary, Mistress Yugiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard's support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's plea for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papalimo and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at Baelsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. Alright. The end. Oh my god. It means there's 2 more quests. We can do it. What's this? Okay. Yet another orchestration roll. We're on 4 or 5.
Ah, you are returned from the council. But what of Alfino? Did some other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long.
Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's, Naga doing? She will be alright, won't she?
I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she shall make a full recovery.
Thank goodness for that.
Now, mayhap you would share with us the council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridonia. The Eorzean alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any imperial act of aggression.
You know, I almost wish the council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance.
Ida, you cannot seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire.
Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster.
If only there was some way to reach the Griffin. Some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course.
It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo.
Which may equally serve as a way in?
Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want. I'm coming to.
I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal.
As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity.
4's quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere.
What of you, Levaez?
I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand.
Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Xaden? Gridonia will be safer for your presence. And while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on?
To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose a task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you.
The Hawthorne Hut. Let's go. Ah, there you are, Alfie. What's up? Saw the cutscenes.
Ah, Xaden, there you are. Come, Amara a Mara-sized spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Ugh, oh my god, why are there so many people here? Fancy meeting the two of you here. We're about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say, 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have any need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alfino. We'll have, like, the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you, like, even know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand, rather than by the neck. So which is it to be? 'Twould be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalimo. I'll, like, shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part, I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Ah, some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Wait, is this the spire? I forget, is this number 3 or 4? I think we're still on 3. Yeah, I think we're still on 3. Doesn't matter. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to talk with our commanding officers. You will find them in the observation platform. Pray proceed. Is that it? Literally, what was the point? Oh, thank God. I was like, really? Greetings, friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged off the watch here, see, and the sight of you might help remind them why we even bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen any of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. Until now. Just kidding. Report. What? 7 hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such orders. Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. Fair. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Yeah, it's a very big brain plan, for sure. Zayden, we must make for the wall at once. Okay, sure. Yeah, we can do that. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. I thought it said fair. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin if we can do that.
What did you just draw? Really, buddy?
Oh my god, Frederick. Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm.
I'm assuming that this is going to be a instance? Could also be a dungeon, maybe, but...
Forward, comrades. The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost.
It's either an instance or a dungeon, so I'm curious.
From what Papalymo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way. But the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary.
So it is a dungeon.
Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time.
So it's to be a dungeon, then. Belsar's Wall, now accessible. Oh. Cool. Let's do it. No, I would like to go with people. Thank you so much. Obviously, I am going to go as a gunbreaker. This better not take long. Oh, I don't care about fate. Go away. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Is it sad that I never noticed this wall here? I mean, it's not like we can actually travel to it, so I guess it's probably not that big of a deal that I never noticed, but I literally never noticed. I know there was that one time where there was an airship that crash landed here, and that was how we met Biggs and Wedge, but aside from that. Well, anyway, I'm going to go back to New Gridania because I'm going to go look and see what the hand-in quest is for the armorer today, because my armor is almost level 90. Alrighty, what is it? It's Chondrite Magitech Shield. Oh, we can do that. Chondrite Magitech Shield. Okay. Chondrite Magitech Shield. Oh, I just need Ophiotaurus leather. Whatever that is. It's probably going to cost me an arm and a leg, but that's fine. Ooh, something sold for $5,643. That'll probably come in handy, because I'll probably need it. It's just sweet. Poor. And I'm sure it won't be for very long. Also, I've like discovered, because of my my friend Matt, that my server is like really inexpensive for buying things, which is great for me for buying things. It's terrible for me for it's absolutely terrible for trying to sell things. Ophiotaurus. Leather. Oh, that's actually not terribly priced. I don't suppose there's any that's like just one. No. It'll cost more than just getting two, so might as well just have two. Bet. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that was so close. But I did it. Woo! That was tough. Belsar's Hole. I'm pretty sure this is where my friend Matt actually left off, because he mentioned something about the duty Belsar's Wall. So, you know, I assume this is it. Or at least I think he mentioned Belsar's Wall. I could be wrong. Well, that was a fun start. There was a lot of things. Jesus. Jeez, this healer is not doing a great job of keeping me alive, huh? They're doing okay, I guess. Like, I haven't died yet. It's just been like, ooh, getting low on health there. I'd love to open the gate. Let's do this. Not bad. Not bad. Is there a key? They dropped a key. Of course they did. Alright. Well, that was annoying. Ooh, first boss fight. Alright, let's go. The Magitech Predator. Oh! This is like exactly like the Reaper that's from Final Fantasy VI. Interesting. Interesting. Curious, what is in the chest? It's irrelevant. Irrelevant. Okay, so like where to now? Oh, hello. Excellent, excellent. Alright, this healer's definitely getting into the sway of things, so they're definitely getting better. Does this roller coaster ever end? Oh my god. Hello. Excellent, excellent. Done. Finally. Holy. It was a long, long roller coaster ride. Was not very nice. Was not a fan. But it's so good, it's so good. I still can't remember, is this the fourth or the third one? Lots of damage. Excellent, excellent. Grazie, grazie. Security terminal. I was on front end, but I was not. Instead, I was attempting to use something that was not ready. The joys. Interesting. Alright, the finale. Oh, we get to fight him. Alright, cool. We get to fight the Griffin.
Tell me your story, sir.
Ugh. Ugh. Disgusting. Disgusting. Nasty. Ugh. I hate this man. He's awful. Oh, that was very nice. Yes, yes, very sad. Anyway. Yes, come closer. Yeah, very sad. Anyway. Supposed to go for that? Oh, I see. We're not destroying anything. Hell yeah. Keep saying the same thing over and over. Anyway, he's dead now, so R.I.P. sir. But is he actually dead? It is a JRPG. We probably did not kill him. Probably just going to be arrested or something and then miraculously escape sometime in the future. To become a menace again. Well then. I got a player commendation. That's nice. That's nice.
You've beaten me, aye.
Yeah.
But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
Okay, sir. Man really needs to calm down.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Did we though? Did we? Are you sure about that?
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
Oof. Who, pray tell, are you?
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Okay.
They die that others may live.
Okay. Who's that?
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
Divine LXXL has followed. Oh my
machines.
gosh. Thank you
How
for
did they get here
following.
so
That's so nice
quickly?
of you. Aw. Normally I have like a sound that plays. I don't know why it's not playing. Like for some reason the sound stuff isn't working. I'll have to like figure that out. But thank you for following. That's so nice of you.
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Eh. Sorry about your luck, I guess. I mean, you did kind of literally ask for this. So, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I know you didn't, like, expect to die or anything, but, like, you did kind of incite a war, so...
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. Like, I don't know what Stormblood's about, but I have a feeling it's going to be a war with...
Mighty Rolger, grant us the strength to crush our...
Oh. Are they about to summon Rolger? I don't know who that is. I just know it's a primal of some sort. Are they about to summon Rolger?
There you are.
Yeah, can I help you?
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
You think?
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Can we just...
Ilbird. I should have known.
Yeah, you probably should have, but you sure
This
didn't.
has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand. You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
This snake. I hate this man with every fiber of my being. Oh, Jesus, I forgot that we had that.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
Oh,
God.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces.
Yes,
My
what's your
brothers
question?
and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call.
No, probably not.
Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
Okay.
What exactly do you mean to do?
I don't love it.
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
Oh dear. Tell me more. Are you gonna call on Nidhogg? Nidhogg's not. What?
What? Here? Now?
Is it Rhalgr? I still don't know who Rhalgr really is.
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This man really needs to calm down. I am truly not a fan. Okay. Did it do anything? Did he just fall to his death? No, I don't believe it. That would be very funny, though. Like, after all that, he just, like, collapses and dies. Like, oh, okay. There it is. It's gonna take all of them, not just him. Well, isn't that fascinating?
This light, is it...
Rhalgr? I'm assuming?
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do.
I would assume it's a little too late.
There is one thing.
And what's that?
What? Hey, where do you think you're going?
Oh, he's gonna use the staff, isn't he?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
Okay, go for
But
it.
that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
Yeah, but he has the staff. Were you not there?
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Timptomati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works.
Uh-huh. So is this the end of Papalimo? Is that what we're saying?
It is time to leave.
Is
Quite
it?
right. Quickly now, off you go! The further away, the better!
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this!
Yeah, he's not gonna die. He'll be back.
Take her! Please, you have to take her!
Honestly, I truly refuse to grieve any of the characters because they always come back.
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
I will fight. Okay, nasty. That was rude.
Hilda! I think he means now!
You know what? Fair play. Fair play. Well, bye for now. See you on the flip side.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida.
Uh-huh.
Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Wait, doesn't this mean he has to become a primal? Like, wasn't that like the whole thing about, like, about the, like, coil of Bahamut thing? Wasn't it, like, that we found out that, Louis Soir had become a primal? Oh, look at that smile. The same smile that Louis Soir had. How sweet. I believe the question now is how long will that last? Why? Why didn't they, like, let me stay? I'm still giving her a Valley Girl accent. I don't care. Papalimo's like my friend. I should have been there with him. Yeah, and then what would you do? You'd be dead. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louis Soir wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't, like, know that? I know, alright. Like, I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Zayden was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalimo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. interesting turn of events. Is this the end of 3.5? And then, of course, there's 4 more for 3.55, which I don't know if I'm going to get to today. I feel like I should, but also it's 8:57, so I just feel like it's going to take like another hour. Not to mention that we probably still have a bunch of cutscenes here, so... I don't know, what do you think? Should I stay or should I go?
'Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye. Behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed. It was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind-aspected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Kryl, I have need of your assistance. Yes. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light, and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What? Without so much as a by your leave?
Pray forgive Archon Yshola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I, too, must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alize, I shall honour our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light.
Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice.
Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Yay! Part 1 fini, which means there's only 4 more quests left of this. Yay! What is that? Oh, it's a shirt. You know what? I'm just going to continue. I don't care. I'm hoping it doesn't last too long, but it will probably last a long time. And that's fine. We've got to get to Stormblood somehow.
Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. Thank you. Or my thanks. Word from Gridonia. The council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Ystrola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seedseer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tataru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand.
What's this then? Oh, this is like the Stormblood introduction, isn't it? This is the like, hey, Stormblood's coming, haha. Oh, it sure is, I can tell. I can tell.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
Yeah, it sure is.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Oh dear.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Yeah.
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
Okay. Oh, he's hungry.
Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Sir, you should probably eat. Man really needs to calm down. That's better.
Good, man. Are you alright?
It would seem he needs food. Maybe some water. Probably some water.
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Mordon. Alrighty. So I might as well just go to New Gridania. The old-fashioned way. Hello, Silent Conjurer. In we go. Voice acted? Please be voice acted. Sir Emric, our boyfriend. Okay, like look at that,
Dear
like
friends,
Lancer to the right.
pray
Okay, like
accept
that
my
person looks like
heartfelt thanks
the
for your
Warrior of
efforts in
Darkness.
defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
You think?
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near.
Ooh.
The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
Oof.
We could face another calamity.
Yes, we could. I figured that was clear, but okay. I guess not.
So the primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
All right, Nero. What
Pleasure
do you
to
want?
see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
My ex. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
Very that. What does he
I was
want?
getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Oh dear.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanal since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity.
Well, full operational is debatable, because we don't know that
And
it
as
was
luck
full
would have it,
operational.
I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
Uh-huh.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland.
Wound.
All those years studying side by side at the academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame. Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
Me? So, same thing.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice.
At least not a timely choice, anyway. Fascinating.
Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
It is an interesting question, actually.
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
I love that they just called him the other one. Incredible. Absolute 10 out of 10.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
Take the opportunity, ma'am. Do it. I'm just kidding. Do it.
My
Do it now.
blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Well, that's the end of the first one. The first of 4, I think you said? What in the hell? Oh, it's literally right there. Okay, well, I guess I could just do this then. Wait, didn't I get a wind-up moon burrito? Yeah, I did. Am I blind? Did I pass them? Are they downstairs? They're probably downstairs. Alright. Can I just like jump over this? No, of course not. Why would it allow me to do something so simple? Nay, got to go down the stairs. Hello, Sid. I guess I could have just read the thing that said go to the airship landing and I could have just teleported right to the airship landing. But oh well. Oh no, I can tell this is going to be voice acting. No. Right. I think that's everyone. Shall I set course for cards? No. Ah, might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me.
Hold your tongue.
I don't know why I did that so high.
Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it.
Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you have finished procrastinating.
All right.
While Alfino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones.
Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Yshola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Seyden, pray accompany Alize back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest.
Right. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here and let her know when you're ready to leave. Mordona. Hello, Hida. Interesting that I actually have to talk to her in order to go. What up, Sid? Cedric? Oh, we're just going to the Rising Stones. Why didn't we just use the... Okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Don't listen to me. It's fine. It literally is irrelevant. It seems really dumb to have taken an airship here when we could have just used the stone. Anyway, that's number 2 out of 4 done. So that's exciting.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation.
Is it?
Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
Okay. Not a kettle. Hi, Charles. Hi, buddy. Hi.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remained behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Oh yeah, this dude.
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Apparently.
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
Gosetsu?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
Apparently not.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Fair play.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
Yes.
The Empire? You, Giddy? You draw steel against the curse of Garlemald?
Sure do.
Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
He was like, we gotta go. Like, come on, let's go. And she was like, nah, I can't. He was like, you refuse? That's rude. And now she's like, yeah, but we're like fighting the Garlemald. And he's like, really? Tell me more. He's like, why didn't you start with that? He's like, I'm here for it. Let's do this. Our homeland can wait.
Zayden, wait. Could I speak to you for a moment?
What?
Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you?
Yeah? What did you make for me? What do I want?
Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like.
Would I like? It better be good. Oh, she's so happy. I mean, it's kind of pretty. It's attractive. Like, you can get it, you know?
Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel?
I'm sure it feels fine. He does look pretty good, honestly.
You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, bring you home. May it always protect you.
Cute. I don't know if I have enough room for this stuff. Well, I must. It didn't say canceled, so. But I have 0 slots remaining in my inventory. I had just enough slots. All right, cool. Anyway, that was 2 of 4. Now we have 3 of 4, apparently. So we have to, wake up Omega, right? When do we, start?
Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm, completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm, doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alfino, mayhap you could return to Gridonia and assist Yashola and Kryl? A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartno expedition party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Zayden, Ida, and our Doman friends take care of the security. Oh dear. He's like... The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. So I assume this is another dungeon. Which is fine. Yeah, I'm assuming this just leads to another dungeon. Well, yes it does, or at least an instance of some sort. Alright, I guess we can do that. Sure, why not?
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishers.
Gonna look you in the eye.
But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
Can we help
I
you?
chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland.
Can I help you? Literally, what do you want?
Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Interesting.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
Can Can I help you?
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Bet. I realized this was probably like super cool. You know, before the samurai class was an option. It's probably like, oh my god, there's gonna be a samurai! But there's already a samurai now, so it's kind of not as exciting as it could have been.
Get wrecked!
You watching, Papanino?
Oh, we're just fighting him.
I hope not.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
No holding back. No retreat. No surrender.
Soul and steel!
It's all over now.
Your defense is nothing.
My right to strike!
What's up, then?
Surrender. We have you outnumbered.
So, have you seen how many things I can take on at once? Wouldn't that be like the first time?
Are you still playing with these soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back.
What are you gonna give me? What do I get to use?
What's the toy?
Oh, alright. I mean, if you want to give me your Reaper, then sure. I guess I'll use it.
Behold the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense.
It's like bad.
What the? No one told me they'd have Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire. The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions.
Alright.
No retreat. No surrender.
With soul and steel!
It's all over now. Leave this to me.
Look upon a samurai of Doma!
You watching, Papanino?
No.
An opening.
Sure. Why not?
This one'll sting.
defeat? Like, this is taking a long time. How was that it?
Deserting a battle is punishable by death. I only need to stand your ground. Come back here now.
Punishable by death, huh? It's only punishable by death if you don't die.
No retreat. No surrender.
It's all over now.
Oh, he's dead now, so R.I.P., sir.
You haven't seen the last of me. Mark my words, it'll be you. Blah blah blah.
Oh, anyway. That was fun.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Interesting. So what, we're just gonna contain it and just hope for the best?
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess, we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
It doesn't sound promising.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Well, what do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah. You're allowed to have opinions.
All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
This man's crazy.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
It has broken through. Oh dear. This is a lot. What is happening? The world is flooded, apparently. Ooh, not the glowing wings. Oh. Well, that was intense. Jesus.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
That's a good question. What does it mean? I mean,
The
is it
launch went
going
exactly to
sleep?
plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field. if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
I mean, there's still a dragon out there. I guess we just have to hope that it doesn't come and destroy Gridania while we're in it. What was that?
Omega destroyed the cocoon.
Oh. They must have been tied together, huh?
Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
No, he's still alive. It's a JRPG. He'll be back. I refuse to grieve him. I've already done my grieving for other characters and they all returned, so I refuse. Oh my god, there's only one more quest. Can't even. Oh my god. This is so annoying. Wow, this like really sucks. I have too much of everything. This is so annoying. I guess I'll discard that, and I guess I don't know, discard this. Hopefully those weren't very expensive items.
Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to, like, see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait! We must first... The Elder Seedsayer is expecting us. Worry not, Elfino. Kosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yukiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony.
Okay. Sure. Excellent, excellent. I'm gonna go see my people first. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna sell a bunch of that stuff because I don't need it. Ooh, we sold something. Watch your sale. Doesn't matter. Wait, that's a green one. It's a blue one. Oh yeah, I have to turn that in still. Haha, right. Forgot about that one. Okay. This one though. Oval reading glasses. So I can keep that, I guess. Okay. It looks like my main issue is actually that I really just need to go and hand in a bunch of this nonsense. Brand new boots. Lella Krakos. Goodbye. High grade company issue tonic. Interesting. How much does it sell for anyway? Nothing. Wow. Okay. Jeez. I guess I'll. Okay. See myself out. God damn. Alright. Exquisite beef stew. How much does it sell? Put it up for 2,000. Someone sold it for 2,000 once upon a time. We'll see if it worked again. You know? Oh, you did not sell anything. Nope, not that. I need to sell items in my inventory. Inventory. I assume I can't sell this. Oh, maybe I can actually. Nope. Never mind. Assuming I can't sell this either. Shulka. Very annoying. Okay. How much does this sell for? $199? I mean, it's not great. I know. I'm just gonna sell them. Aros. $80? No thanks. Kukururusk. Let's put it up for 1,000. We'll see what happens. Blood tomato salad. Nay. Mushroom saute. Sells for $3.99 apparently. Let's go $3.31. Why not? Oyster confit? No. Sells for nothing. Nothing. Somal. $2.90. Sure. We'll go for 200. Why not? Oh, that's it. Alright, great. Well, at least gives me some room now. God damn. This was so annoying. Alrighty, off to the last quest of Heavensward. Or the last story quest, anyway. Emric. Boyfriend's here. Yay. He just brings me so much joy, you know?
My friends, full eagerly we have awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done.
You are too kind, Elder Seedseer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed.
What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain, but I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Gir Abania.
The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen and hope never to see again. The battle raged on and with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other.
While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, The Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of far eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girabonian side of the border.
Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarpin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridonia's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system, so even if it has fallen into the Imperial Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them. Save perhaps as a statue. Correct. With me guiding their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions. Or without me, if they managed it at all.
Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns.
Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Garibonia. Though Ilberd has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp.
Let's do this. I do believe this is the last quest of Heaven's Ward. Oh, it is the last quest of Heaven's Ward. The Far Edge of Fate. I recognize that name. There's some sort of quest that I wasn't able to do because I hadn't done the Far Edge of Fate yet. I think it was like probably all of the side quests that were related to like jobs and stuff, but who knows?
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
Oof.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhap she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
Sup, friend?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Yep, it's gone now.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
No way. Oh, that's what she looks like? Interesting. That's a lot of hair that was hidden underneath a cap.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
She looks very
Well, there
different.
is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old.
It's 5 years?
My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric.
Theodoric?
And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
Oh, so her name's not even Ida?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know.
So what is your name actually?
Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
I feel like it's better to just let her talk. Like, if she wants to continue talking, then continue talking.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise.
Lise?
When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done.
I love that her name, if you pronounce it phonetically, is Lies. Lise. Hello, Lise.
I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me.
Aww.
The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
Okay. Bet.
War is upon us once more.
regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
Good for you.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
Is she gonna say no? Well, she hasn't moved, so I don't know what her decision is there, but
it was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell Tataru and my sister.
Oh, do we get the credits now? Is that the end of Heaven's Word?
It is.
Yeah, I would like to skip the credits, not the scene though. I'm sure there's a scene after. There is not. All right, great. Well, it didn't say skip scene, so I'm assuming that it's fine. Oh my God, it's done. That's it. We're done. Goodbye, Heaven's Word. We're finally over. On to Stormblood.
Quick march! The Imperials will soon come to their senses and we must be ready to face their retribution.
What of it?
It is almost time, Father.
Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin.
I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me.
Jeez. Very well, Ilblood. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. Wasn't that cute? What's this then? Ooh, who dat? Is that Hades? It looks like it could be Hades. I don't know how true that is, but... Oh, it's like someone... Okay, never mind. It's the Imperial. It's the Empire. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Belsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Man, he looks like Hades. My God, he could totally be the Lord of the Underworld.
Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend... Your will be done.
He didn't say anything. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. Alrighty then. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. Interesting. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Stormblood. Yay! 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 Alright, cool. Well, that's going to be that for today because I have done a lot. It's also been 4 hours and 20 minutes, so it's been a bit of a long stream for me. So, I'm going to go. For those of you who are watching currently, thank you so much for watching. Extra special shout out to Digital Vice, Mr. Kevin, and where's the other one? Where did the Divine LXXL. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for following. And yeah. If you are watching this in retrospect, also thank you for watching. And if you're watching this on YouTube, if you've somehow made it to 4 hours and 20 minutes, then congratulations, you are the winner of this week's challenge and you win 2,000 awesome points. I'm just kidding. 4,000 awesome points to you. I don't know how you will redeem them, but feel free to do so at any time. Don't spend them all in one place. And yeah, that's going to be it. Next time is Stormblood. All right.